Hallo, hallo. Nei. Hallo? Hvor skal jeg stå? Her? Hallo? Sånn, hallo? Ja? Sa du? Ok. Du får gi meg et klarsignal når jeg skal begynne. Vi venter på at streamen skal komme opp, sånn at på internett også skal kunne følge med. Eller sekunder? Ja. Hallo alle sammen. Hei. Velkommen til pre-TG-party, hvor vi skal kjenne litt på TG-følelsen 1,5 måned før selve TG. Det er koselig at det er så mange som har møtt opp her i dag, og jeg tror vi har en del følgere på streamen også. Det er kult. Vi ligger cirka 1 time bak skjema, det som er oppført på Gathering.org. Så ta det til betraktning når du skal følge streamen. Da tror jeg vi bare overlater scenen til June her, som skal starte med tegneworkshop.
Ja, jeg skal tegne litt. Og hvis dere vil tegne den samme greia, så kan dere gå til denne linken. Vi holder en konkurranse der du kan vinne 2 creative-billetter, er ikke det riktig? Ja. Da laster du ned denne filen. Gjør noe gøy og magisk med den i tegneprogrammet ditt of your choice. Og så lager vi en innleveringsmappe som noen fikser for meg. Joms. Og så er det deadline klokken 8. Alle som vil ha linearten har fått den? Ok. Skal vi se. Så dette Photoshop-filen. Jeg har tegnet en dameperson her. Dere kan se at linjene ganske røffe og messy. De ikke ment for å synes, og det fordi jeg maler oppå. Etter hvert i teknikken så forsvinner linjene. For å holde dette ganske clean, for hun skal være frittstående i hvit bakgrunn, det det jeg synes at denne tegningen skal bli, kan hende dere synes noe annet, så jeg har laget et lag her som 100% grå, som bare som en maske. Og det fordi hvis jeg markerer den, og tegner i et lag oppå, så kan jeg lett legge inn farger som ikke beveger seg utenfor området. Nå må jeg innrømme at jeg bruker veldig mange hurtigtaster som jeg ikke merker at jeg bruker. Og jeg vet at alle finner sin egen workflow i alle mulige programmer. Så hvis jeg gjør noe som folk ikke skjønner, rekk opp hånda, så skal jeg prøve å se det. Jeg har også laget noen actions i Photoshop som gjør ting lettere for meg. Hvis jeg trykker på F5, så flipper jeg canvaset. Det kan man gjøre på gamlemåten også ved å gå på image rotation, flip, canvas, horizontal. Det hjelper å få et friskt syn på det du jobber med. Noen ganger så setter man seg fast i hvordan ting ser ut. Og når du da flipper, så ser du det kanskje på en litt ny måte. Se hva som skiller seg, hva som stikker ut. Men ok, ja.
Kan du legge ut den actionen på Dropboxen også?
Jeg kan lage den nå. Den ett steg. jeg kan vise deg etterpå. Da starter vi. Akkurat nå står lineart-laget på normal. Jeg pleier å bruke enten multiply, men jeg sliter ofte med at tegningene mine blir ganske grumsete. Saturation i de, så jeg har begynt å like å bruke overlay. Selv om det blir ganske sterkt, så kan du få noen kule sånne happy accidents ved å la linjene være litt mettede. Brushen jeg bruker en squiggly svart, eller sånn ser den ut. Settingsene transfer på pen pressure. Og så har jeg også litt grann shape dynamics. Det den som gjør at du får sånn tapered linje. Men ikke på 0%, på rundt 50. For jeg skal farge på håret. Det alltid gøy. Helt blå. Nei. Men du ser her hvordan linjene vil de endre farge etter hvilken farge jeg legger under. Det er overlayen som gjør. Når man har cirka en base med farger å jobbe med, så pleier jeg å lage et nytt lag over linjene. Så da har vi bakgrunn, grå blob, basefarger, linjer satt til overlay, og så et lag oppå. Jeg tror jeg også skal sette linjene litt ned i opacity. Og korrigere litt ting. Ja, og så i laget øverst så velger jeg en mellomskyggefarge. Og så skal jeg endre litt på den. Og så må man jo da også bestemme seg på lyssetting på et eller annet tidspunkt snart. Altså, jeg har jo noen default lightings innebygd. Kan ta lys rett ovenfra. Underfra. Det blir så skummelt. Men favorittlysettingen min er 2 lyskilder. En skrått inn derfra, og en litt bakfra der. Og dere ser at jeg hele tiden plukker opp farger rundt på trynet hennes. Og det er sånn jeg blander. Altså en farge der, og så bare plukker man opp og prøver å få det til å bli en relativt jevn overgang mellom de. Altså det er flere måter å gjøre det på. Photoshop har jo begynt å få en del kule greier, sånn som Mixer Brush Tool. Men det er litt farlig, fordi du mister mye tekstur og litt sånn malerhet i å bruke den. Synes jeg. Dette er jo veldig objektivt. Subjektivt. Lurt å sjekke hvordan ting ser ut på litt avstand innimellom også. Og nå bruker jo jeg også denne Navigator-vinduet øverst i hjørnet der. Man ofte
so serious. Yeah.
ha 2 stykker? Ja. Ok. Etter litt maling så pleier jeg ofte å gjøre en value check. Det gjør jeg ved å velge fargen svart, lage et nytt lag, fylle hele canvaset, og så sette den til saturation. Nå får du en svart-hvit versjon. Det jeg ser etter da er bra forhold mellom helt svart og helt hvitt. Og her er ting ganske flatt. Så jeg burde innføre, altså vi har et par områder med helt hvitt her. Men det er en god sjekk å gjøre mens du holder på. Nå har jeg lyst til å kollapse alle lagene mine. Da har vi 3 lag med greier oppå. Og da markerer jeg alle lagene, merge layers. Og så pleier jeg å ha en kontrollkopi hvis jeg maler helt forferdelig, så har jeg liksom en lagret versjon under der. Og nå når alt er kollapset, så kan man korrigere når de skal ha på bildene sine, så går de på Liquify, og så gjør de sånn. Men sånn skal ikke vi. Hvis man ser noe Jeg synes hun ser litt øynene hennes er litt rare. jeg har jukset litt, fordi jeg har fargelagt denne tidligere. Der sånn fargela jeg den da, med lilla hår. Men med den så jeg skulle vise et par greier jeg gjør for å ferdigstille et bilde. Ikke at den her er ferdig. Jeg ville tatt den litt lenger i detaljnivå i håret og så videre. Men jeg pleier å legge på et filter som heter Smart Sharpen. Nope. Noen ganger så pleier jeg å fylle et lag med 50% grå. Legge på litt nice. Sette den til overlay eller softlight. Kommer an på hva som ser best ut. Og så sette den på ca. 8%. Da blir det litt sånn jitter i detaljene rundt omkring, som kan være kult. Flatten. Og så har jeg en action som heter Chromatic Aberration, som er kjempegøy. Den tar de to kanalene, rød og grønn, og setter de litt grann, sånn at du får den der gamle, jeg vet ikke om dere ser det, men mellom områder der hvor det er høy kontrast, så vil du se den der enten rød eller grønne lille biten. Ikke at det syns alltid så godt, men det gir noe litt, det gir litt dybde. Jeg har også noen sånn hudteksturbørster som jeg noen ganger bruker, men de er litt slitsomme. Jeg kan jo kanskje vise de her. Det er bare en veldig prikte børste. Så velger man en eller annen lys farge. Og så legger man inn litt sånn porer. Mm.
Bare si om det kommer informasjon om hva man leverer etter hvert i løpet.
Ok.
Du kan jobbe på frem til 8.
Ja. Da er jeg straks ferdig. Det kommer informasjon om innlevering snart. Jeg er tilgjengelig for spørsmål hele kvelden. Og så håper jeg det kommer masse kule tegninger. Ja. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal gjøre. Hvis jeg legger de der, så...
Hallo? Hallo? Hører du meg? Er det lyd nå? Ja? Ok, da er det på tide å gå videre i programmet. Neste nå er spillutvikling. Og vi skal først starte med noe som heter Dragon's Den. Og da kan kanskje Thomas forklare litt hva det går ut på.
Så i Dragon's Den så skal dere kunne komme opp hit og presentere en spillidé til et jury. Så skal juryen krangle tilbake til dere og fortelle hvorfor spillet deres er dårlig. Og så skal dere krangle tilbake og si hvorfor spillet deres er det beste. Etter alle har presentert, så skal juryen gå litt til siden og diskutere det. Og de heldige vinnerne får da billetter til TG. Ja. Så de av dere som har lyst til å presentere en pitch, gjør dere klare mens vi setter opp det siste her. Og så kan dere gjerne, hvis dere har tenkt langt nok, kan dere gjerne skrive navn og prosjektnavn eller et eller annet der, sånn at vi kan rope dere opp. Hvis ikke så bare roper vi opp som, sånn at dere kan komme opp når dere føler for det. Så hvis juryen kan komme opp hit nå, så... So, from now on, I'm going to do this in English because one of our jury members is better at arguing in English. We're going to present ourselves a bit first to you guys. My name is Thomas. I have worked professionally in games for about 5 years now. I used to work in Funcom. Now I work in a small indie company run by ex-Funcom people. I also help arrange the creative part of the gathering, and that's me.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Joel. I'm the creative director at Funcom currently. That's kind of it. I don't have any other achievements to my name. So.
Hi, my name is Stein Janos. I've been teaching games for many years, working with games for many years, taught here at Oslo at what's now Westerdals, taught at Gjøvik, taught at courses at Hamar, and even some in Bergen. So I've been around teaching a lot of places. Worked a little on lots of different projects in Germany, Denmark, Norway, and some of them even finished. Yeah, that's about it.
So, long story short, the jury consists of academic, professional, and indie. So, if anyone wants to come up, if anyone has an idea to present, feel free to come up. If any of you really want to come up but is afraid to talk English, go ahead. We all understand Norwegian. It's just that he will shout Aussie curse words.
I'm sure some of you must have, at one point in your life, thought about, hey, that would be a neat idea for a game. And now's the time to get some feedback.
Yeah, your ideas don't need to be complete in any way at all. You just need to have an idea, something you would like to have, something you would like to work on. Come and present it, and so far, you would be number 1, which is a high chance of winning tickets to the gathering.
It's also really important to remember that if you have a good idea, like, don't be afraid to share it with the world, because it's kind of one of those things where, like, I think in game development, a lot of people are scared that someone will steal their good idea. It's all about execution on ideas. Ideas are cheap as dirt. So don't be worried if you've got some secret idea that you've been hoarding. Don't worry. No one's going to steal your idea. It's definitely worth sharing it, because you might get feedback that can help you make that idea better.
And also, there's a distinct chance that somebody else might think your idea is actually great and want to team up and make that idea a reality, and that's also good, because I used to say in my classes that ideas that are only in your head are completely worthless. They need to come out and into the world and become an artifact. Then they're good.
Of course, we're here to be rude about your ideas, so.
Yo. I'm just taking this on the fly. So, should I introduce myself first, maybe? Okay, so my name is Torbjørn Brekke. I'm a student at Westerdals at the game design course. And I currently have an idea for a mobile RPG game. I'm still working on it, but the idea is it's a 2-button game where you as a character proceed along a track of tiles where there are occasionally enemies, occasionally treasure, and occasionally problems you have to go through, and you choose either to attack or defend, and as you go, and it's like relatively simple, and the plan is to it's a really short and tiny game, and I really just want to make it like interesting visually, and use like, because you have the thing, the part of that you can go and take it like completely 2D and go like along one line, but I'm thinking of having it like slightly isometric and so on. And the general idea is to make this short game, or make a demo version of it, and get it out on Google Play, and possibly host it on some website as well, and then see if there is interest enough for it, and eventually maybe make it into a better game, or a bigger game at least. Currently I'm calling it 1D RPG, because you're technically only moving in one dimension. Now, feel free to tear it apart.
I'm going to ask you, what kind of world is this? Is it, I mean, you say RPG, but RPG could be fantasy, could be science fiction, could be in the bottom of your mama's basement. Well, true. So what's the world? Because that's a big selling point, right?
Yeah.
We wanna. What's the fantasy here? Where are you?
Well, in the beginning, I was thinking like vaguely, oh, you're human, orcs, fights. But there's tons of things I can do with it, because I can, basically the functionality for the thing is that I can have different cubes and then just replace it with different types of art. And I was thinking of trying to do something inspired by slightly like visually and somehow mechanically inspired by the Saga universe, where it's slightly science fiction, slightly fantasy, some high technology, some magic, some basic, okay, now you go forth and beat the crap out of the thing. And I don't have a set thing yet, but my I have a vague plan for the for the protagonists, and the protagonist would be like female, slightly chubby, wield a sword and cut through everything, and that's how far I've gotten on this thing. As I mentioned in the beginning, I'm doing this on the fly.
So you said it's an RPG. What kind of RPG do you mean? Like, what are your systems for RPG? If you're talking about it being an RPG, I mean,
I was thinking of, because I'm wanting to make this really simple, because I'm planning to try and finish a working demo of this game within this semester, so that I can have something out on a store and so on. So I was thinking some really simple system that affects chance, because currently it's basically a coin flip system. Like you bet on attack, and then you either get, okay, the enemy attacked as well, or the enemy tried to defend and parry, and so you either do damage, you do not do damage, you take less damage, and so on. So it would be a very simple system of attack, defense, and health. Sort of.
okay, because what you described there is a combat system, not an RPG system.
True.
I
But then again, a lot of RPGs tend to revolve around the combat system.
I completely disagree. Character customization is what I would argue the RPGs.
Well, yeah, true. So that when you pick up new items, you can get new visuals and so on as well, and that's also true. That would probably not be in the first version of this game, because I have only so much time, and I'm planning on making at least the first version of it on my own. But after, like, for subsequent, like, full versions of it, I would have, like, okay, you can customize clothing on your character, you can customize if your character is wearing this type of armor or this and so on. But the plan is to make it a really simple kind of RPG. So the numbers will just go into a very simple system, but the visuals and the feeling of story behind them is something I'm planning on making, like an elaborative or something where you have very little, but you can elaborate a lot from it, so that you can have pieces of armor that tell a story or something.
I think first I want to say that I really agree with my esteemed colleague here. You have to define what is RPG here, because RPG can be character customization. For a lot of people, it's also random chances. There's a disconnect between the player skill and the avatar skill.
Yep.
And there's also a lot of people who think RPGs that means leveling up.
Yeah. There's.
People think about, amassing a lot of stuff. There's also another way of looking at RPG is immersion into character. You're trying to be someone else.
True.
And play that role.
So in the sense of playing a role, it would be not that much of the role-playing part of the role-playing game. It would be vaguely like, hello, you are the hero, and you must do the thing. And that's pretty much as far as the story goes for now. And then I would have mostly that you are the individual who beats the enemies and attain greatness, is the first part of the thing. That's the basis of the essence of RPG-ness that I want into the idea of the actual role-playing part. Mostly because I'm trying very hard not to overscope.
That's good.
Swinging back to the platform you chose,
Yeah.
mobile. How much do you know about the mobile business?
I know that if I put this out on Android, I'm probably not actually going to make any money on it, unless for some reason people get addicted to it and start paying a lot. Because I'm not sure whether or not I would do this as I think the first version I would just put out there as free because I want to test if people like the concept. Whether or not I want to work hard to monetize it depends on like what kind of game mechanics I would or monetization things I could introduce later. For example, that you can buy skins, but I don't know how much skins are worth in a single player game, and there's a lot of things there that I have yet to sit down and consider properly, because currently it's a semester project, partly for one of my courses, but partly just to prove to myself that I can finish this and make a cohesive thing and not overscope all the way to the moon.
I think basically it.
Hello. I'd like to sort of get a clear idea of what the core mechanic is. And I think you said a 2-button game. What does each button do, and what do I see on the screen when I press each button? That's sort of what happens. Because I'm not 100% sure. You say attack and defend, but that can mean a lot of things. So if you could just walk me through sort of that micro loop, what happens within like a 5 seconds of gameplay, what kind of choices do I make, what buttons do I press, and what happens on the screen when I do that?
Okay, so mostly because I've set it up so that each level is a row of squares that you walk along, and I currently have it planned so that when you step on the square before a square occupied by an enemy, so when you step in front of an enemy, an event will trigger so that you have X amount of time to choose whether or not to attack or defend. And if both of you attack, both of you deal damage to each other. If both of you defend, then you're just standing there going, okay. And if one attacks and the other defends, like the flavor of it will be different depending on the like what kind of character, what kind of armor, if you're wearing a shield or not. But essentially, it's damage reduction. So it's. I originally planned to make it turn-based, so that you could sit there and do like calculate. Okay, what are my chances for this? What are my chances for this? But currently, I'm thinking of making it a bit more fast-paced, where it's you, as soon as you step in front of an enemy, you initiate combat and go into, like, you either press the left side or the right side of the screen, and one of them will mean that you prepare to defend for the next action, and the other means you prepare to attack for the next action. And then it resolves with what did the enemy character do, and that resolves in a pretty like easy, okay, either damage was dealt, no damage was dealt, or reduced damage was dealt. And the part of this is determined by your gear and your experience, so that like how much damage you do and so on. So I could also increase possible replayability by having you have to possibly go back to a level and play it through again to get better completion or something too. And in that sense, I'm kind of taking inspiration from certain styles of the RPG, or certain parts of the RPG genre, where you kind of have to grind. But I also hate having to grind, so I will try to make like this game as juicy and as responsive to make what is essentially a grind kind of interesting. But I'm still not super like finished with the prototype, and so I'm sitting over there working on it. But that's kind of the gist of it. I'm also doing this to get a clearer idea for myself what I'm doing.
I think we'll have to see if anyone else wants to come up now. So thank you for your pitch.
Thank you.
So do we have anyone else here? Yes?
I'm gonna have to start to say that I have basically not thought through this at all, basically. It's only been something I've been thinking about putting car rides between work. I'm not sure if any of you have played Ori and the Blind Forest. It's based on I want to base it off one of the most fun mechanics I've seen in a platformer in a long time. The bash mechanic basically lets you grab onto projectiles and then jump from it. I wanted to make a simple, probably mobile or PC, I'm not sure yet, but basically, if you've played something like Temple Run, similar to those types of games where it's just infinitely go on, I want to make like projectiles rain down. You are going to have to grab onto each projectile and jump upwards. Basically try to get a high score like that.
I like that it's very simple and easy to understand. The core mechanics are pretty straightforward, I think, but there's not a lot of detail there, so it's hard to give a lot of feedback on it. I think a game with that limited mechanic set leads to a limited audience, target audience. So you need to focus on a particular sort of style for that. Like, is it going to be something that you play over and over again, the same levels, to try and earn a particular score? Are you going to make different levels, different types of projectiles? What sort of variety how will the player master the game, I guess, is my question.
I would probably try and make it more like Temple Run, where it's pretty randomized and you need to be more reactionary. Like, each time the projectiles are going to become faster and faster. Your time to choose where you want to fly next. But like in Ori and the Blind Forest with the bash mechanic, whenever you grab on the projectile, you basically get to freeze time for a few seconds. Like, for example, in this first start game, you get like 2 seconds freeze time, and after each grab, you get less and less freeze time, and less time to think and see where the next projectile is. For example, if the projectile just rains straight down, and you need to, for example, use your fingers and tap onto each projectile to grab onto it when it's near your character, then you just, for example, angle it that way, then you will fly upwards, and you need to angle it right towards the next projectile to get upwards. That's pretty much how I thought it out. And for example, in Temple Run, simple tilt mechanics just make your character fly more or less to each direction. That's one way to, if you like land a bad move, you can still probably save yourself if you actually get a decent enough one.
Thank you. First of all, could you introduce yourself so I have a name to put here? Thank you. And then I like that, again, that it's simple. It's easy to understand what you're doing. I can sort of picture it in my head, what you're doing. I'm going to ask the same thing that I asked from Torbjorn. What kind of world is this? Do you have any ideas to what kind of sort of universe would you want to use?
As for a universe, I don't have any good idea. I might just actually go for something really simple, like a stickman or some really simple character. Not much design choice, really.
Okay, I think a stickman has a bit of limited appeal. I think it's because, like he said, a very simple game. That means you probably have a limited audience. And what kind of audience would that be? What kind of things would they like? Take something like Candy Crush has an audience, has a very distinct style that appeals a lot to that audience. And I think you should also try to find that. Who could it be? Do you have any thoughts to, like, who would play this game? When would they play this game? And why would they enjoy it?
I have not really given that any thought at all, since I've probably given this an hour of thought in total so far.
Have you thought anything about how you would expect or hope to earn money on it? Would you have an initial sale and then you just play it, or would you have sort of like the Facebook style where you buy new energy?
For example, in Temple Run, where you basically have a save yourself feature where you double tap and get some wings that gives you a failsafe. Maybe something similar to that you can earn with both in-game money for playing, and also if you want more, you can just buy it as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any more pitches in the audience?
No one has any ideas for anything that resembles a game. Are you sure?
Stein, do you have any ideas, like instant second? Ah, here we go.
My name is Nicholas Bergen Huston. I had an idea for a simple sprite game, indie sprite game, sort of. It's simple enough. You left off as a child, sort of a dragon hybrid coming out of a shell. You have no idea who you are or what you are in this world. It's gonna be a box-based game. You spawn in a simple box. You have 4 ways, and it's up, right, left, down. It's a platformer, general platformers. You have a lot of predators. And also you can gain boost. I was planning to have a fire breath attacks, also flying abilities. And in this box environment, you have right, left, up and down, as I said. And it's randomly generated from each area you will go to. If you go left, you get a smaller, bigger, or middle box. I took it from a lot of other indie games that I have been playing. And in these rooms, you can also gather gold coins and also something I haven't figured quite out, but knowledge fragments, and you will slowly get more and more of these fragments, and you will grow up and grow a story to this character, and figure out more about who you are and what your species really are. Since this is a dragon hybrid, it's not a final, sort of final idea for the character yet. And you go from box to box, gather gold coins. I also planning implementing a simple shop system where you can buy hearts, because it's going to be you start with 3 hearts, just general basics. And then the more enemies you kill, planning having different predators, but I haven't figured out exactly what type of predators. But the more you kill, you get an experience, you get a level for your hearts. If they hit you, you of course lose a heart. If you can also go to the shops that will randomly spawn in the different boxes. And you can then buy new hearts, or you can find them when you kill mobs. There's going to be a drop chance as well. And that's about what I actually have.
So I'm a little bit unclear when you say it's a platformer. What's the camera perspective on this? Side-scrolling, top-down? Are we Binding of Isaac territory?
2D, straightforward with a simple background, platformer, sort of up, down.
Okay, so side-scroller with, but with obviously you can go through a door that takes you, because up, down, left, right.
Just a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
You go to the next
Right.
level. It's
Okay.
for one perspective.
Cool. So you have a lot of features, I think, for a simple game, because we're talking about an RPG style system with levels on some level, right?
Yeah.
We're also talking about a Zelda style health system with the hearts. Well, I mean, Zelda, Mario, whatever. It's basic. And okay, and then you're talking about having a lore system or a storytelling system with the lore fragments, the things that you find as you grow up, as you go through. Okay. Okay, I mean, as a game, I mean, it sounds fine. Similar to a lot of stuff that's out there, though, which might be a problem if you're trying to corner a piece in the market. What's the unique thing about this game? What is the one thing that I will find in this game that I will not find in any other game, and that's why I'll play it?
Everything in this game is going to be quite basic, like it can be seen from a lot of other games. But it's the main story itself. I actually have an idea for the story, but I don't want to say it because I'm planning to twist the story in a way that doesn't make sense when you play it, but at the end you will figure out what this actually is, and yeah, that's about it. I don't want.
Just some feedback on that. You can't market a twist in your story to people when you're selling them the game if the twist in the story is the thing that's going to get them excited about the game. You understand that, right? Because otherwise you give away the twist before you sell it. And then they're like, oh, okay, well, I know what's happening in the game, right? So that is not a selling point. Let's be clear. That's no, but that's something that makes the game cool. Don't get me wrong. Like, twists are awesome. But if you say that as your unique feature or your unique selling point, that's not enough. Okay.
Yeah, I personally, if you were pitching it to me, let's say not with an audience, I would say just cough it up. Just tell me what it is, because if you're coming to me as an investor, I want to know what's unique and how can we get an angle to get that in. How can we transform that into something that's marketable, right? Like, there's going to be a fantastic twist. Yes. Are you sure it's fantastic? Right? Because it's but yeah, it's the same point you made. It's something that's very hard to. It's more of oh, that's a nice surprise. But it's not something you can really sell. So we'd want something that, preferably some gameplay mechanic that ties into it. Oh, I can do this weird thing. How come? Right? You say it's a hybrid between Dragon and what? Is that if there's some kind of gameplay that gives me a clue that makes something like really, I can do something really cool or really special, or maybe there's even a limitation, but you'll get to know why you have that limitation. You'll understand why at the end of the game. Now, that's something interesting. That's something that you sort of hook that onto. Just try to find something where this thing that doesn't really make sense, that's in the gameplay, every time I press the button, it's kind of different. I wonder why it is that way. You know, the gameplay is kind of interesting because of it, but it doesn't really make sense. You'll understand at the end of the game. Right? That would be cool. That would be something that you have a teaser that's in the gameplay and that's tied to the story. That would be nice. Other than that, it sounds fine, but like you said, there's not really anything that's super unique about it. Like, you haven't said anything like the art style would be like hand drawn or something that get me hooked on that. You haven't, because it's random, it's hard to believe that the story would be like very tight in a way. If you have any ideas to how that would work with random sort of levels, at least random sequence and a storyline, is your storyline like unique every time?
I haven't really been thinking about making different endings or alternate endings, but it's only going to be mainly the map generation. The story will be the same, but there's different levels and the enemies you fight will be randomized.
I got to say that personally, I think that the sort of the focus on different endings is sort of a blind alley. A lot of people think about that. I think it's more about different playthroughs. That's more interesting. The game can have the same start and the same ending, but how you get there, that's the interesting part in a game. Maybe in a movie is like, The Sixth Sense or something. Oh, the ending, whoa, it's a twist, whoa, that blows your mind. But it's not that important in a game. I mean, look at Half-Life 2. It is a fantastic game, one of the highest rated games of all time. The ending is sort of like, well, I don't know what happened there, but playing through it was really exciting, and you can do it in a lot of different ways. It wasn't like, but still, you had a lot of choice. You had a lot of agency. You saw so many things on the way. That was what's special. I don't think you need different endings, but the way you piece things together, whether you learn about your parents first, or get flashbacks from, or you get to know your species first, or what your purpose in sort of life is first. That's going to change sort of the subjective story, my story, and I think that could be really interesting. could still end with a big boss fight, same boss fight, right? To me. But yeah, I think you need to think that through. How, just like you said, what's unique? What's the hook? There has to be some kind of hook where it's going to fade in, blend in with all the other sort of. Is it Metroidvania? Sort of. Okay, but it's going to blend in with a lot of other games.
I was just going to say, like the guy who made The Sixth Sense, which was an example you used, he didn't pitch, this is a movie where you find out that the main character at the end is a ghost. What he pitched was, this is a movie about a boy who can talk to and see ghosts, which is a cool, unique story on its own. And then he had an awesome twist. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, possibly one of the greatest twists in gaming history. They said, we're going to make a Star Wars RPG. That's what makes it interesting. They didn't say we're going to make a cool story with a twist. That's all I'm sort of saying. Like, you need to figure out what makes your game core appealing to people, and then you add an awesome twist, and people will think you're a god.
Yeah, I haven't been thinking about this idea for just long. I've been sitting there like half an hour. I had the idea before, and I have an idea for the ending how it's going to be, but I don't have a structure for the game yet. But extra, I don't really have much more to it like right now.
So here's something. Thank you, by the way. I'll just. Here's something for everybody that is just general advice. When I interview people for designer jobs at Funcom, one of the things I do is I ask them to design a game in the interview. And I ask them to pitch me that game. So being able to think on your feet about how to do game design and how to pitch something that's interesting and how to pitch something that will capture our interests is really important, because it's not just my technique. Lots and lots of companies use that, especially senior design companies. They'll always ask you, hey, I want you to design a dungeon in this meeting. This is a dungeon where people used to live and now they don't live there anymore. Tell me who lives there now, and tell me who the people who used to live there were. And then they'll get you to design an entire section of a game for them in an interview. So it's really important for everybody who wants to work in the industry that you're able to think on your feet and come up with pitch ideas really fast.
And just to continue on that, it's any answer is better than no answer, right? Anything, you can just take something off the top of your head and see whether he is going or he's going. Well, does he lean forward or does he lean back? That's going to give you a cue as to whether this is going well or not, and then change it while you're talking. Because I know Peter Molyneux does that all the time. I'm not going to say be like Peter Molyneux, not like Bill. Be like Bill. No, don't. But Peter Molyneux, he takes he's starts talking, and then he looks at that person in front of him and sees, is this going down well or not? And a lot of people see him as fickle and a guy who just makes up stuff. But that's not a bad thing necessarily. It's only bad if the press gets hold of it and think you've promised us this is how the game is going to be. No, he's just thinking out loud and seeing whether people like it or not. So, yeah, he gets a bit of flack, but and some of it is really deserved. But I think he just lets us in on his creative process, which may not be a fantastic idea to people who are not sort of part of that, know that process, to say it that way.
Yeah, gamers don't want to see the sausage being made most of the time.
So we're just gonna have a quick break because Joel needs to pay for his car. So yeah, we'll have a quick break, and then we'll see if we have probably one or two more after that, if you guys have some ideas. And then it'll be AI. Hello. So, we're still here. So if anyone else wants to come up and present a couple of ideas, feel free. There's still quite a high chance of winning tickets. Come on.
Thank you. My name is Thor, or Thor. My idea is not really a personal idea. It's mostly an annoyance I had. It's an RTS FPS hybrid, where just imagine Command & Conquer, like the first game. You're in an RTS, and your units do something ridiculous. So you'd like to be able to just go into their head, into first-person mode, and maybe, you know, snipe someone in the head directly without. So it should lessen your abilities when you're in RTS mode. So if you're shooting at something, you should probably have like a 75% chance of hitting. And then if you go into FPS mode, you have, well, 100% if you're good at aiming. And depending on the unit you take over, you'll have different, you know, if you take over a tank, of course, you're in an FPS driving a tank. If you take over a commando unit, you have really accurate sniper. If you take over an engineer, you have maybe a mini game you have to do when you take over a building. Something like that. But the universe is Command & Conquer or similar RTS game. And of course the engine would be horrible. You'd either have to have two separate engines or like a FPS engine locked in a isometric view, and then when you go in, then you need higher detailed models and everything. So there's problems with the idea, but still.
Don't tell us the problems. I like the idea. It's quite cool. It's very similar to a set of games called the Warlord series, where you had heroes who were individual units that you could send on quests during the RTS portion of the game, where it's actually turn-based, but basically same deal. But you want to go into any single unit at any time, which is expensive, as you mentioned. I mean, you can solve that with art style, right? Because if you use it, if in World of Warcraft, it doesn't matter if you're 500 meters above looking down on everyone, or if you're in the first person view. You can do it with that sort of art style, low polygons. So who's the market for this, and what happens when you're in first person mode, not controlling your armies? What happens there because they're lacking their commander? What goes on?
The game happens as usual. You'd want to go into FPS mode only for a short period of time. You can send like your, I mean, you could put like guard points or what's it called? You could set your vehicles to, for instance, go around your base and everything. Waypoints? Yeah, waypoints. So they can still do things. And you'd also maybe want to bind some hotkeys to changing your first-person view. Go into this guy, and then you've already bound another. Yeah. But yeah, the game would continue, and you'd be annoyed when you went out of FPS mode and see they've just done all sorts of stupid things. But still.
Yeah, personally, I really enjoy that type of games. There's been a couple of attempts at that. There's a game called Battlezone. You mentioned some. In Battlezone, of course, you're just a commander. You're just playing a first-person shooter, and you're building, running around over to the factory and pressing buttons and to build things, and a tank comes out and you jump into the tank, that kind of thing. So you have one particular avatar in the game. And then there's also a game, really old one, called Space Hulk, that's based on the Warhammer 40K derived board game, which was really interesting because then being in first-person mode, you bought command time by playing in first person. So as long as you're playing, you sort of get more and more command time, which you really need because at the moment, like you said, you stop the timer and then you go out and say, "Oh my God, this is going like terribly," and then you have a little time to move your guys around. It's going down. Then you're losing command time now. You go, okay, you go over there and you go and do that with that thing that you did. That was super stupid. Come back here, and then you pop, you're out again. and that sort of flips, maybe if I understand you correctly, that's just like, so it's sort of like the flip side of what you're thinking, where you can like go in, but it was a nice way of doing it. It gave some urgency. So, but again, I think what you have to think about is why is this cool? Why is this awesome? Why is it awesome to be able to do these things? Because you've sold it sort of well, you know, RTS is a kind of like lame when these guys can't shoot worth shit, and then you go in and you fix their problems and you come out, there's new problems. I think if you gave it a more positive spin. Oh, okay. Because that is a very, very sort of distinct target demographic, to put it that way.
But yeah, being annoyed at the games is what gave me the idea initially, and that's how old the game is. The idea is, it's like when I was playing Command & Conquer back in '95. So
yeah, one thing that I thought of as well that sort of like Stein mentioned with some games that are similar is that when you first said RTS FPS, I thought of Natural Selection and Savage, Battle for New Earth, where both those games, there's one player as a commander and the rest are all first person, and you give commands to other players, basically. But then when you mentioned like possessing and stuff, there's in Dungeon Keeper, you can possess any creature with a spell, where you can go in and control them manually and have access to all their spells. So then what I imagine is that when you say Command & Conquer, I would imagine something maybe a bit more sci-fi than Command & Conquer, maybe like Syndicate Wars. So you have like all your agents and tanks and stuff, and then you're literally hijacking their brain. Which would be funny, because if you have sort of like, since you want to annoy your players, maybe that when you're hijacking one player or one character, since you're not connected to the mainframe, then all the other agents are just like, what the fuck is going on? And they're literally just losing their minds because they're not being controlled by the commander anymore. That could be interesting.
Yeah, I think. Have you played any of those games we've talked about? No, because I think that when you perceive such a problem, a first step would be go out and say, what else is there? You know, what's my competition, so to speak? And since a lot of the competition we mentioned is like stuff that's like 10, 20 years old, it's a lot of room for you to go in, take what they did well, and improve on it. But you really sort of should go in and see what kind of solutions sort of exist, and how can you take that and make something that's even better, or at least has some sort of modern spin on it. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's also just like, it's pretty good pitch as well. If you have, I mean, there's a saying in the games industry which is an elevator pitch, which is basically you need to explain your game so short that you can tell it to your boss on the elevator up. And that's like a really good elevator pitch, is if you want a game to be similar to something old, but then you want to refresh the idea, then you can like say to your boss in the elevator, but like, hey, Joel, how about Sci-Fi Dungeon Keeper? And then he will know exactly what I'm saying, all the gameplay and stuff as well. So as Stein said, do some research and find what's your competition, what games are similar, no matter how old they are.
Yeah, I guess I only had 3 final points of feedback. One is, do the target audiences for RTSs and first-person shooters overlap enough? That's one question you need to think about. You don't need to answer it now, but that's a research thing. How will you make each mode as rewarding as the other mode so people don't spend all their time in one or the other? And the third thing, I really think it's interesting that comes from an annoyance, because it's really important actually in game development. Like it's something that I think has driven the industry forward, is people being annoyed at things actually makes for some of the greatest games we have. Planescape Torment, I don't know how many people have played Planescape Torment because it's quite old, but it is the entire premise of that game is Chris Avallone, the writer, the main writer, going, fuck, I hate all these stupid flaws in D&D, in Dungeons & Dragons. What happens if the player can get resurrected all the time? How about I make a game about that? And that's like the core mechanic of the game. You can die and come back to life, and it doesn't matter, and the story continues around you. He did the same thing when they did Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic too. He said, I think there's a lot of problems with the idea of the Force in Star Wars, so I'm going to ask a lot of questions about what it means to be dark or light or in between. So it's a really interesting thing. World of Warcraft is taking EverQuest and improving the formula so much that it completely changed the genre and made it something completely different, and achieved a level of success that was multiples of what EverQuest ever had. Right? It's so letting annoyance with certain things in games drive you is actually kind of interesting, because it is a good thing. It's like Google made a search engine because the other ones weren't good enough, right? So I do think you're onto something there. And I definitely think it's worth making note of things in games when you play them that piss you off. Because if something pisses you off, then it's something you can improve. And if it's something you can improve, then that might be your hook. So I think that's a good point that you're on right there.
As the last thing is, you say choosing a mode should be interesting, but it would be fun if you could play the entire map or game using only one mode. And maybe if you're playing PvP, one guy could be playing RTS and the other guy could be in first-person mode. So that kind of thing is also interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to come up?
Hi, I'm Sola. My game would be a VR game, because VR is the future, as we all know. I want to make a game for Friday night when you have a few pals over. Of course, in VR, that's a problem, because the first generation is probably going to be quite expensive, so you only have one headset. So it has to be an asymmetric game where the rest of the guys who's not wearing the headset is... Yeah, you could have a cheaper Google Cardboard, but then you all need a good phone. So the rest of the guys are not wearing the VR headset, so their objective is to sabotage for the guy with the headset. So my idea is that they have a lot of small mini games, a bit like Bishi Bashi, if you try that. It's an old Japanese game where we had hundreds of mini games, which are all silly, stupid, without a goal. It could be simple stuff like, okay, your mission is to try to flip a pancake, while the other guys are only controlling the window. So they can open the window, so they have a side wind, and you can close it so you don't have it. Maybe they are the captain of a ship, and you're underneath trying to cook some food. So they can steer, so everything goes left, everything goes right, and you're trying to mix the ingredients. They can be driving a small RC car, and the guy with the headset is trying to throw balls at them and stuff like that. I think that would be a fun way to spend a Friday evening. Of course, the style would be some cartoonish, not serious style we like.
So yeah, in short, what you want to do is a VR. The only thing I can think of right now is Keep Talking and No One Explodes, which is a brilliant game, and we need more like it.
Yeah, I think this is the gold mine of the future, actually. I think digging into old game concepts and seeing how you can apply them to VR in a way that's interesting it's a new market segment that's opening up. So it means that mobile games market is ridiculously crowded. PC games market is becoming glutted as hell. VR is a fresh market, and a lot of people don't have expertise. So it's definitely something to look into, and I think VR is a good choice of platform. With that said, if only 50,000 people buy Oculus Rift when it comes out, then your maximum target market is 50,000 people.
They're already sold more than that. So.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like your max market is defined by how many people have it. So it's very important to keep that in mind. When you budget a project like this, you should be thinking, at maximum, I will have 5% of the market, right? That's just that should be your standard business, right? So Xbox, okay, they have 20 million consoles sold. 5% of that market is a big win and a decent sized budget. But something like VR, which is new, early, could be buggy. You need to be very careful when you're picking that. But with that said, the actual idea of the game, people messing with you while you do things, it's pretty standard. Goes to games that exist. And we know that it works because you have things like Mario Party, right? People like to play together and do things and keep talking. Yeah, it's a really fun game. The question is, how many Friday nights in a row would you do it? Like, when would it get boring? I think having hundreds of mini games is a good idea, and it makes the game scalable because then you can choose. Oh, I only have 5. Well, too bad. We'll launch it anyway, sort of thing. So it's a good concept. I like it.
No, I agree. It's that the platform and the game concept it's a really good fit. I'm a bit curious. How are you planning for the others to see what the guy with the VR headset is seeing? Because they kind of need that, right?
Yeah, that's a problem. Most of the first generations are probably going to have one output, so they can see what the guy in the headset is seeing. For the others, you would need to have the phone to show them. So you need to have probably an Android and an iPhone app. So I think there's a PlayStation game that does this with only questions and drawings, where you're all playing on your own phone and it submits. Because I think you need both viewpoints for it to be fun.
I think with a party game, wouldn't you just output to a big, like the TV screen, so that everyone with a control. Yeah, well, they can see what he's doing, and then they mess with that view, right? Surely.
Yeah, for some of the games that will work. Like, okay, you're opening the window or closing the window. You don't need to have your own visualization of that. You will see it directly on him. But for other stuff, like if you're driving an RC car, maybe you would want your own view.
Yeah, because that sort of gets me into one of the things that I think is a bit problematic, that I would like to have some more concrete ideas, not necessarily to actual minigames, but to the types of minigames that you're thinking. Because the idea, minigames or micro games, like, to take another example, WarioWare there's some where you hold it in umbrella mode, and some where you hold it in steering wheel mode, and then the kind that sort of gives you an idea of what kind of interactions can there be. So to I think that's the one thing that I'm sort of missing, that there's some actual more concrete examples of things like that. And then I could say, everybody else is shaking their phone so that to get some meter up while you're climbing or something. Like you said, with their opening in the windows, maybe they're flipping their phone. Do they have a Wii mode? What is the interaction? Like, what are they actually holding in their hands? What are they looking at? And how do those things interact with each other? That would be the one thing that I'm sort of missing.
Well, yeah, that would be something to work on. I think everybody has a smartphone these days, so you could probably assume they have that. And also, I think which would both solve the scaling problem with that you don't know if you're going to sell 1 million or 5,000 or even 1. You could start with 1 mini game or 5, and then just have the feedback from all the players, the community. I think it's important, and you will get a great ton of good feedback and an even bigger one with bad feedback. But I think maybe having the interaction with your phone would be a great start, because they are always online anyways, and probably in a sort of funny games like that, latency isn't that big of a problem. So if your ship turns left half a second later, or if your Windows opens half a second later, it doesn't really matter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do we have any more ideas? In that case, we have pizza.
guess I should talk in English. Yeah, I think so. Ska jeg Yeah. Hello and welcome to the presentation of the AI competition at the Gathering. This year we have a new game and it's called Turn on Me. And it doesn't scale, there we go. And I'll just run through it first to show you how it looks. Just start a couple of test bots. And let's go. So the concept is that you have a spaceship and you're circling a sun and you need to shoot down the other players. And to do that you have a missile you can shoot, and it can either just be a plain dumb missile that just goes straight until it runs out of energy, or it can be a homing missile, or it can be just a mine or a hover mine that just tries to stay outside the sun. And there we see how it goes when someone wins. And if you see on at top left here, you see that we have a list of all the players, and each player has a set amount of energy. Everyone starts with 1,000. And every tick of the game you lose 1 energy. And to fire a missile it costs a certain amount of energy, and if you try to accelerate it costs a set amount of energy as well. So it's the strategic element here is trying to minimize the usage of energy, because as you use more energy you get heavier and then you fall closer and closer to the sun. So yeah, that's it. We will upload the game, a final Windows binary, as well as the source code, make that public, as well as a short introduction and description of the game right after this. And yeah, just get coding. Skal vi se. Are there any questions? Yeah, that costs. Yeah, and turning costs energy as well as acceleration. So yeah, and depending on what kind of missile you shoot, it costs a different amount of energy. So the dumb missile is the cheapest, and the homing one is the middle expensive one, and then the mines are the most expensive ones. So yeah. Any other questions?
Do you regenerate energy over time?
No, you lose constantly energy, but if you hit someone, you get the energy you take from, or you basically take energy from them. So you can start again because it's fun. Any other questions? No. Yeah, can you hit your own projectiles? No. You can only, your projectiles only hit other players. Yeah, and you die either if you your energy gets to 0 if you collide with the sun. Yeah, when you hit someone, you take a set amount of energy from them and adds it to your amount of energy. So it goes from -1 to +1 in both directions. No, you wrap around to the other side. So you can like shoot out here and hit a player that's there, for example. Yeah, and the exact numbers of the costs and damage and stuff isn't set yet. We're going to tune them a bit as we get closer to the competition, but yeah. No. It's yeah. It's not physically correct, but it looks good and it's like pretty easy to understand. I can describe or I'll try to add a description of exactly how it works in the README, so you can do the calculations yourself in the AI. Yeah. Are the missiles affected by the gravity? And the answer is yes. Yeah, and they have a set amount of energy as well, and as long as they have energy, they expend it to accelerate in that direction until it runs out, and then they start falling and circling around the sun.
What is the thing about the missile that goes close to the sun, but then
it's a kind of mine, so it doesn't try to go in any direction, it just tries to hold a stable orbit.
Do they have forever energy?
No, but they stay for a lot longer than the other missiles. And expend less energy.
So in a while they will go into the sun too?
Eventually, they just fall down. Huh? Yeah, there's a dumb missile, a homing missile, and there's the mine thing. And I haven't had any other good ideas for weapons, but if you come up with something, you can see. It's the same as the normal missile, so it constantly accelerates as long as it has energy, but it adjusts its heading according to whichever player is closest. No, it's always the closest player.
And it's never you?
No.
Do you start with all kinds of weapons?
Yeah, there's no set amount of weapons. You only expend energy.
Can they shoot any amount of weapons at any time?
You can shoot one weapon or you do one action each tick of the game. So either turn in a direction or accelerate or shoot something. Right now it's 50 milliseconds, but because that's looks good on this screen, I guess. With 50. Yes, because I bought the sprites and I want to get value for my money. Yeah, yeah.
Does firing a weapon affect your speed?
No. They're independent. So yeah, firing a weapon doesn't interfere with your speed or change your speed. You get 1 point for each missile that hits another player, because you see there's a tie here, but as a tiebreaker we use scores from how many missiles that hit. So.
The scores are only used for a tiebreaker?
Yeah.
So the goal is to survive as long as possible?
Yeah, or at least longer than everyone else.
Generally.
Any other questions?
Is the gravity linear with your distance from the star?
No, it's cubic.
So the closer you get,
Yeah, the more it affects you. And it also depends on your energy level. Yeah, and there's also supposed to be rings with explosions, but they're broken right now. So. Yeah, what you can. Yeah, you can. You have like as explained earlier, you have a set of different actions you can do each turn, and you can either you can turn left or you can turn right, and that costs energy as well. Very little, but still costs energy. I think it's 5 degrees, but that's not set yet. And I'm also thinking it could be possible to just set this direction instead, because it makes things easier. I can do this all day. Any other questions? Yeah, I'll be here all night if you have any questions. Når jeg er ferdig her, så ligger den der. Yeah, I'll upload the code to GitHub right after this. So. Yeah, but then I'll sign off.
Hallo. Der, ja. Ok. Yes, det var AI-oppgaven. Konkurransen den er på TG, så deadline er lørdag eller noe. Lørdag under TG. Så dere har god tid til å lage noe kult. Vi venter i spenning. Neste på programmet nå er Miu, som skal komme og snakke klokka 8, så det er fortsatt en halvtime igjen. Ellers så er deadline for å levere inn fargelagt skisse også klokka 8. Lenka til hvor dere skal levere inn, den er postet på Facebook. Så sjekk ut eventen der, eller spør meg, så kan jeg vise hvor det er. Ok?
So we're going to talk a little bit about how to make some friends today. So I am, who am I? I'm Mew. I've been making music for a long time. It feels like educated sound engineer, finished sound school in 2007. I've done a lot of things. I worked as a systems engineer. We worked with products for National Geographic, Discovery Channel, Sony, Microsoft, Warner Brothers. I worked on Pokemon, dubbing with actors, Ratchet & Clank, the franchise there for PlayStation 3, Buzz, like the quiz game, Ed, Edd n Eddy, Bob the Builder, did a lot of documentaries, and all of this was sound work, and just did a lot of different kind of stuff like technical work and working with actors, stuff like that. I released some music on labels, like you can see, called Rotten Records and Monster Cat, for those of you who know them. I also work with an electronica duo called the Pegboard Nerds, and I worked with a Canadian artist called MDK, who's a friend of mine. And what are we going to do today or talk about? I'm going to talk a little like two parts, basically three parts. The first part is like what's a little bit fun, just we're going to dissect a track or the structure of a track. What makes up the track, like the main parts, and then we go into one of the parts and like figure out the tiny pieces of, like, as you can see, what parts makes up a part. And in engineering, I'm going to talk about like the anatomy of loudness, how loudness works. This might be the second part is also for people who is interested in how sound works in games, because it isn't just like for making music mixes, but how to treat your sound and prepare your sound for game work. I'm not going to go into like the details of the actual processing, but you can ask later if you want to, and I'll show you. These are more like the principles, the basic principles behind everything. And then we're going to take a look at some tricks, routing and processing, how to get the sound we want, which is basically like it's building a mindset around this. So, getting into macro structure, which is basically the structure of the song, like how does the song traverse throughout its timeline. And many people are kind of opposed, as you can see, the very standard pop structure, simplified as the verse, chorus, bridge, chorus. And many people think that like formulaic music is bad, that it has some cheap thing over it. And a lot of people tend to like, they use elements of classical music into like, oh, classical music, yeah, that's the stuff, that's the true organic music. So I want to have this talk to be kind of like a little mythbuster, and also just have it informative, and let's just look at what the stuff we have. So to set the mood for this, I found a video which showcases how little formulaic classical music can be. So let's take a look at this. Now this goes on for 6 minutes. So formula has been around for a very long time. And it's basically like there's nothing bad about it. So with that in mind, yes, there are simple songs, but simple does not need to be bad. So let's go into a little example here in Ableton Live, which is the program I work in. We're going to take a listen to some parts of a remix I did for Pegboard Nerds and an artist called Excision. And I've split the track up here. I can make it a little bit larger into parts. Now, this isn't the exact same structure as I shown you, like the pop verse, but it follows a very rigid structure. I can just play along. So this is the intro. And the first verse. build-up. And soon comes the famous drop. We need the subwoofer. Sorry about that. And now we have a repetition of the verse. That goes into the first breakdown. The reason is, like, we have to work a lot with the purpose of the track. Like, do you make the track for dance floor? Do you make it for big sound systems? Do you make them for chill out music, for games? You know, there are movies. There's a lot of different reasons why you should, like, to make some of the decisions you do when you finish a track. And I would, like, I start writing tracks creatively, just let's see how this goes. But as you finish, like, you kind of figure out what the track is going to be, and then you start to hone in. Like, I always knew that this was going to be a dance floor track, but if I was going to make it for games, then I would approach it differently. Like, would it be a track for, like, a menu background? Would it be for an action sequence within the game? Cut sequences, animated sequences, storyboarded stuff. So there's a lot of different reasons why you could arrange a track in different ways. So this one was purely focused for dance floor, and it was also why you keep the beat going for so long. In a more chill out track, I would like I had the first verse already with a full on beat. It doesn't sound very full on here because we're missing a subwoofer, but it's really heavy, and it's like built to warm up the crowd. So let's see some of the things I do. First of all, variations per 8 bars is important, and that's kind of like a rule of thumb is that a part is 8 bars long, like 8 measures. Sometimes, if it calls for it, a track will have 2 times 8 bars of kind of like the same part, like you have a drop A, you have a drop B. Sometimes you would have drop A to be 2 times 8 bars and drop B to be only 8 bars. And that depends totally on, you just have to feel it when you're making it. Like I said, tempo can dictate changes around, like what we call it, of 8 bars can feel really slow. This track is 110 BPM. If you're making drum and bass, which is 174 BPM, around there, that can feel totally different. And 2 times 8 bars can actually be too little. So sometimes you could go 2 rounds of 2 times 8 bars, and that's 32 bars, and you still use less time than you would in 24 bars in 110 BPM. So it totally depends on the drive and the mood of the track you're working on. And it's also easy to plan out a track sometimes, and you feel like, yeah, but this is the drop, and this is B part, and this is the A part and C part, and so on. But people who listen to it, they will think differently about it. So it's very important, and that's a really hard part, to identify which part of a track is what, not just what you planned it to be. And I think that's a good rule of thumb in any creative art, because it's very easy to plan out the stages of a game. In a movie, like, we're going to have this scene, this scene, this scene, and it just doesn't work that way. You have to feel the rhythm, and you have to feel how it works. So what I do is actually I try to listen with someone in the room, and depending on how many times I've heard a track, I will look at their expression, like, just to see if they're bored, if they're excited, stuff like that. But I will also just feel it, because I know that when someone else is in the room, which is not a producer, they have a way different approach to listening to music than I have. So I will instantly tell if like, oh, this needs to go, this is bad, this is boring, this is stuff. So getting the feedback, I know a lot of people, I used to do that myself, it's hard not to, but sometimes when people who have no idea what you're talking about listen to your stuff and they say like, oh, it needs to be more blue, or stuff like that, you should actually take it into account, even though it's hard to figure out what blue means. Something's wrong, perhaps. It might be their taste, or it might be that they have good taste, good instincts. So you should, it's worth listening and considering. So let's move on. Microstructure. Let's move into what parts make up a part. And here we come back to, oh, this is laggy, sorry. So we're going to go into the drop here of the track we just listened to. And this is useful for at least produce. This is highly, this is very EDM, but you can apply the method to most kinds of music. Some kinds of music will have a chord progression where you just like play the melody on the piano, and that dictates how your track is going to move along. And the only thing you actually have to worry about is not repeating the same things over and over again too many times, which is kind of like the 8-bar rule. But here we're going into different parts to create what we call phrases. So let's listen again to So yeah, we can move in, and then we start identifying what are the different parts. The A part, and here we go in. We are still within the macro part, drop A. Are you guys? I can hear you really well, guys. Sorry. We're going to go into, you split the drop A into A, B, or C parts depending on what you're doing. So here we can loop the A part. As you can see, it's A, B, A, C. So when you start splitting the parts, or like getting the smaller parts, it seems really repetitive. But when you place all these phrases in a sequence, you create, if done correctly, you create dynamics between what feels like when you introduce a phrase, that will be a thing that the listener will instantly hook onto, latch onto, if you're done it right. And then you can jump back and forth between introducing new elements and going back to the elements that the listener already knows. So that's almost the same phrase, but it has a different ending, which I've showcased down here, because all the blue ones are actually the same. But you do, like, you sprinkle out the little variations in between, and you get. And so on, like, you do that, even though you try to make the track as a cohesive whole. This track still has, there's so many variations going on all the time to make it just seem a little bit more familiar, but still not boring. So how do we do this? It's basically duplicating, and I think this is great in whatever you do. Save as is your best friend. Because if you make something and you're like, this is pretty cool, and you're afraid to mess it up, save it as a new project, and then you have like this own playground project where you can just, it doesn't care, you don't have to care if you mess it up, because you saved the functional one in another file. And I also do that with like duplicating parts in sound that is like for example, you have a chain with a synth and you have a lot of stuff, you just duplicate it because it sounds good, and then you move on and play with the one you duplicated, so you won't miss, like you won't lose anything important. Like I said, repetition is not necessarily bad, you just have to place it in. Our minds, like our ears, are hardwired to enjoy repetition, so just the right amount is the right amount is the right amount. Yeah. Consider the purpose of the track. Yeah. We've done that. Let's see if there was anything more here. Yeah, I have another reference here, which is a Pegboard Nerds track. just play a part of the drop. Yeah, so you can hear the blow, blow. It's everywhere, and you have on the C part, you have a little variation there. And you keep changing the notes, but again, you get the point. So summary about arranging. No rules, only guidelines. However, sometimes conforming to norm is desirable, where the norm would be the purpose of what you are working on. Duplicate, save as is your best friend. I really, 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 really mean that. And also, this is really cool. And I don't know, I know a lot of programs have it, but let's say this was a full project. I don't have all the tracks here now. But let's say I wanted to do something in this part. I can just insert silence, and then suddenly you have a new part to work on, or you can, if you wanna. Yeah, this isn't. I turned off the tempo in this track. But you can basically Control Shift Delete duplicate, and you will create, like, you duplicate a part over to a new part. And no matter if you work in FL Studio or Cubase, wherever you work, this is a really good thing, because now I have a copy here of this one, because I know this one works, but I'm going to do some variations on this one just to make sure that I can really figure out, make it as good as it needs to be. So that's it for that. So, dynamic processing. Volume is everything. Now we're going into more geeky technical parts about dynamics, but this is also, I think this is pretty relevant for games, because, if you have a good game engine that controls the dynamics of the sound, where there's so many things in placement of sound, you hear sound around you, or in a stereo field or a surround field, that relates to how it acts in the volume realm. So let's have a couple of words of advice. Some of you might have heard about the loudness war. We're going to look into that and kind of debunk some of it. Dynamics is a much debated topic, troubled with little real engineering knowledge. Stick to facts that apply as you like, because there's a lot of opinions about stuff. Sausages, some of that you have heard about. By the way, the things you don't understand, I will go through most of it. I've tried to cater to both, to make this interesting, but also to people who actually know more about dynamics. So just bear with me. But yeah, dynamic processing. Some of you might have heard, jazz musicians says that they will never use a compressor, and it's just lack of knowledge. It's nothing more. But it's with every genre of music and every genre of anything really, there will be a lot of opinions, and not very, they're not rooted into, I wouldn't say science, but at least stuff that you can show, prove and measure and understand. So yeah, sausages. I'm just going to keep going through this. Sausages are made from loud, sustained subs, not hypercompression. Many people mean that hypercompression is the the reason why we have the loudness war. It's the cause, and that's not the case at all, which we will look into. What many believe to be hypercompression is actually deliberate clipping by very experienced engineers, and it's also a very common process to avoid pumping in the sound, which is also one of the reasons. Like you said, we're going to look into that. And this one is important because most people who make music, either music or sound for games, anything, they don't have a cool, awesome studio with perfect acoustics and perfect speakers and all that stuff. So we can use aids like analyzers, visualization. We can route the sound into different groups and stuff like that to compensate for our shortcomings. Like, for example, my right ear is pretty messed up, and I have tinnitus. so I'm not a very good listener, but I figure out methods to go around that. For example, when working with a stereo field, if I hear that the left and the right speaker is like, it sounds like something is off, I will just flip the speakers like in a plugin that changes the signal, so it moves left from right to left. If the mistake moves, then it's the signal, and if it doesn't move, it's my ear. So that's like, it's a way to avoid stuff like that. Why dynamic processing? It's related to volume, and it's kind of like, for those of you who know Chroma and Luma, it's color and light. If you have a lot of colors but no light, it doesn't help you a lot, because you won't see the colors because you have no light. And it's the same for music or for sound, that you have frequencies but you have amplitude or volume to bring those frequencies into a realm that we can hear them and perceive them. We use dynamics processing to control punch, tail, and swell, and these are not like scientific terms. It's just like very artsy terms for a lot of things that I'll go into. Understanding loudness and dynamics help focus compositing and arranging. Composing, compositing is something else. Compression is the mostly common used term, despite dynamics is a lot more, and we'll look into the four main, or actually the six food groups of dynamic processing that I think everyone needs them. So it's stuff like, if something doesn't poke through, like your drums aren't punchy enough, we use dynamic processing. If your pad doesn't fill enough, or like you need to create more space, we can solve that with dynamic processing. And dynamic processing isn't necessarily just compressors and volume buttons and stuff like that, but it's also some stuff like amp envelopes on synthesizers and samplers, and it's like the entire way you create the sound design. So you can go from A to Z all the way with and never touch dynamic processor, but you're still working with and processing dynamics. Used to solve problems, like for example, a singer moving the mic. Imagine she goes when she sings. Sorry if that was loud. You can help with a compressor to solve problems like that, to smoothen out like the volume going up and down. And you can use that's kind of like problem solving, and you can use compression to add groove or add presence. But there's little or no like magic going on. A lot of people, they're going to buy expensive gear, they're going to buy an expensive tube compressor and vintage gear and blah, 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 blah. And most of the time, it's just a waste of money, because you won't be able, even if you buy an expensive piece of gear, you won't be able to do, you won't be able to get any better results of it if you don't understand the cheap solutions, because compression in itself is a very cheap, it's a very simple thing. And our minds are hardwired into liking volume. So if you have two sounds that are kind of the same, or they're exactly the same, let's say we have a guitar and a piano. If you raise the volume of one of them, our brains will automatically want like the louder one more. It's just how we're hardwired. And that's also one of the problems with many tools, with people like, oh, that's super cool compressor, it sounds so fat. But what it does is actually, it just increases the volume. And it was funny, a friend of mine, producer, he had this thing that he always had on his master channel. Like, I found this plugin and I had it on my master channel. And I have to have it on every song, because it makes stuff louder. And makes it like everything sounds fatter. And after 2 years, he understood what it actually did, and the preset he used, like the adjustments, the preset adjustments. The only thing it did was raising the volume 3 decibels. But that was it, and he was like, yeah, it makes stuff. The bass is way punchier. Everything is better. It was a 3 decibel gain increase, so it's pretty easy to fall into that trap. So getting a mindset of knowing our tools and using the right tools for the right job, I think, is very important. So, anatomy of loudness. This is a kick drum. You have a punch and a sustain part. and I think most people can relate to this when they listen to music and they like the punchy drums and they like, when stuff is big, the sustain is what makes stuff big, basically, to put it very simple. You can also put this you can apply it to macro and micro levels in arranging and composing. For example, you see the punch can be a long sound. For example, most of you have heard the Inception sound, which is basically just a horn. They go bah, and it's used a lot in movie trailers. That would be the punch, and then the sustain would actually be the silence between. And you can apply this to very long periods of time, and you do that in classical music as well, where you have sounds growing gradually, a crescendo or decrescendo. So most of stuff, you can plan out a lot of things and still make music sound really organic. Transients, just to mention it, transients are nothing here. Many people call the punch a transient. A transient can be smaller because it's like it's a peak. I will show you later on. Let's see here. Gotta check my script. Yeah, more loudness. Loudness profile punch. The profile is basically, this is the first of two curves. Like there's of course many more, but you have two curves. You have this one, which is the punch and the magic dip, and then a decay. A slight decay because you could get away with, like, you don't have, this is volume, by the way, when the volume falls off, so it doesn't need to be as loud all the time. You can do it while having like super loud bass all the time, but if you have a slight decay, you will actually create more room for the next punch to seem bigger. And that little dip also helps that because it gives like it's not even audible, but it's there. It really helps to when you control. And all of these things are stuff that you can create with dynamic processing. This is the other one, the swell. On this profile, swell. And it's basically, like you see, it's a crescendo. So it starts out very low, and then it increases in amplitude and volume. It creates anticipation for the next sound, for example. And this can also be used like a super fast, like a fast, tiny sound to make, like, accentuate your punch, or it can be really long. So it's pretty cool. So let's see here. I'm going to show you an example of this pretty soon. Because many people think loudness is only loudness, but loudness is different it depends on which frequency you're working on. So let's say that we have our little swell here, the green one, that's in the mid-range, like the mid-frequencies and the high frequencies. And down here we have our low, it's like our big fat kick with the magic dip and everything. And many people would believe that, like this, like I said, the expected loudness profile would be this. But it's more like this. And why is that? Because many people, that's when people start, oh shit, loudness, and starts talking about loudness war and stuff like that. We have something called spectral overlap, where, because no sounds are purely isolated in bands, and that would be super boring as well. Like, for example, a piano and a guitar, they share a lot of frequencies. They operate in the same, like mainly in the same frequency domain. And when you add them together, it's additive. So you get louder, your signal increases in amplitude because you add stuff together when you have spectral overlap, which are also called partials or harmonics. Con and destructive interference, that's the adding or subtraction. So it can be both fun and painful. Like sometimes you just keep adding stuff onto each other and it sounds good. But sometimes you actually have elements canceling each other out. That's destructive interference, which can also be really bad, or it can be hard to deal with sometimes. And you have musical reasons, like you just know you want your sounds to feel organic and full and, you know, lifelike. So you don't want to start isolating too much. You use a lot of isolation in mixing, but not like you try not to kill the sounds. Yeah, so I can show you an example of this. Let's bring an analyzer up here. So when we watch this, no, this is the tone we're hearing now. And I'm going to start playing chords. As soon as I added that second note, the amplitude increased. And it will keep on increasing as long as you add notes. And suddenly what you thought was this tiny, cute little signal has, and that's, by the way, let's see, that's a transient, like the little spike there, all the little spikes basically. Even though we didn't hear like a punch, like a drum punch or whatever, it's still a transient, and sometimes you need to deal with them, which we will do with dynamic processing later on. So, the RMS myth. Many people think RMS is basically a value because our ears are kind of like they're not as fast as digital measurements. So if you use a peak meter to read the volume of your music or sounds, it will not represent your ear. Like it will show you something that's louder than what you feel you perceive. So someone created RMS, or root mean square. It's used a lot, but it's basically an average of the sound. The problem is that it doesn't reflect our ear properly enough. So many people will say that you have a higher number of RMS, which is basically higher dynamic range. Many people will automatically say that, oh, that's good, because higher RMS means more punch. But that's not the case. As you can see here, this top track here is a track from a friend of mine that when he was still in the writing process, he hadn't mixed a lot. So he sent it to me just like to figure it out, because I always do this by habit now. I start analyzing the tracks. I listen to it once, and then I start listening to it when I watch the analyzers as well, because I don't want the analyzers to bias my opinion too much either. It sounded good-ish. But when you could tell, like, because he hadn't cleaned up his low end, so it was way out, like, this isn't tight at all. The lower track here, that's a knife party track. Of these two tracks, if you were to follow the RMS myth, track 2 would be a worse track, but it's way better. And it's for a dance floor track, you want the punch to be, you want it to be steady, and you want it to be the same every time, which it was not on this track, but it was on this track, even though this has a lower RMS. So that's basically the RMS myth, and the RMS is also overloaded by low frequencies. I can show you here. Now this is very subby, so you won't hear that much of it. So now we can see we have this tiny little drum loop going on, and this peaks at minus 1.4. You can't see it out here, but it peaks at minus 1.4. Well, you can. Yeah. It peaks at 1.4.3. But when I remove the sub and reset the meter, it suddenly peaks at minus. Yeah, like as you can see, we have 6 more decibels. And it's just like the sub eats so much away from measurements, which makes it basically unfair to use values or RMS. You can use stuff, you can use it, but don't use it exclusively. And like this track has low RMS, then it's a bad track. No, that's not how it works. There's even been examples where people have been excluded from music competitions because someone just looked at the waveform and like, oh, this is loud. So it's like you need to have some more nuance to it than that. Brighter is louder. And this is too long didn't read. Brighter is louder. If you want your track to seem louder, and this is very much used in games actually, you do it on the sound itself, but you have to make a track feel more close to you, you will have brighter sounds. You have an equalizer built in, or a filter, that varies depending on where you are in the game, like is the enemy close, is it far away. You will change the equalizer the equalizer, the EQ contour, depending on where the sound is placed. And you also do that in the mix in sounds. This is the Fletcher-Munson curve. I placed this image here because it's fancy, but it basically tells us that our ear, not only do we love louder sounds, like you have two different sounds, but we also, this is a curve over which kind of frequencies our ear prefer at different volumes. Some blah blah blah. I think I've gone on long enough about this. Like the brightness war is basically the new loudness war, because we figured out how to do proper loudness, and now people are doing more brighter tracks to seem louder. That's actually that it's hurting ordinary listeners, because some tracks are so bright that when you listen to them really loud, for example on ordinary AirPods or whatever on your phone, it will just sound painful, and that's sad. It's kind of a competition, but it's also depending on which realm. Like, are you making EDM music, are you making chill out music, whatever. Yeah, there are solutions for that as well. Like, we're constantly trying to research and find stuff. How can you make it seem brighter without causing air fatigue? So yeah, let's summarize. Nothing is absolute. Context and genre is everything. Preconceived notions and uninformed opinions dominate the discussion. Learn as much as you can and make informed decisions. High compression does not equal loudness. Like I told, it's basically the subs that makes it. Composing and mixing is more important than mastering, and this is basically when you, like I told you in the arrangement part, when you know what you're going to do with the track, you can aim it towards that from the beginning. It's way harder to make a track loud after you you make the track first and then try to make it loud. You will have to restructure the entire thing. So a track composed and mixed with purpose from the ground up will sound better for its purpose. Yeah, more. I think I've said all of this. Writers, oh, I can show you this, by the way. When people, we have my track. It's pretty much a sausage. This is the waveform. You have to zoom way in there to see the actual waveform. And many people would say, like, that's destroyed. That's overcompressed and that's not dynamic at all. But that depends on how you look at it. Because when you go into the frequency bands, we can start with the sub. We can also use an analyzer to aid us. You can see that we now we're just listening to the low range of the track. We have a decent punch here, and we have a controlled tail. So it's not much here to, like, this isn't compressed, over-compressed in any way. So let's check out the mid-range, so like the low mid-range. No, there's still dynamics going on. Yep. And like in dance music, the kick drum will be the most important drum. So the kick drum in my track will actually go into all the bands, all the way to the top. But when you focus on the other elements, you can see that I have a lot of pumps and swells, and it's created that way to have the groove and like push and pull the people on the dance floor. But yeah, when we play the entire thing, it's just a big fat sausage. So that's that example. Yeah, it says like signal separation into frequency bands reveal true signal dynamics. But if your signal looks flat within each of the bands, then you're in trouble. Well, unless it sounds good. Some hardstyle kicks and stuff like that are actually like completely flat. Analyzer check, yeah. So, moving on. Dynamics processing. So we have some different types. Downwards compression, the most common one. Upwards compression, also known as over the top. Downwards expansion and upwards expansion. And variations are limiting, which is hard to infinite compression or a brick wall, or clipping, where you just slice the signal up, or it's called clamping. What is the sidechain input? So we'll warm up with downwards compression, which is the most commonly known type of compression. It's mostly used. And what it does, it makes peak signal softer. Most limiters, just plotted some points down here. I'll show you all of this. Like I told you, compression is for solving problems or for creating changing groove. Some compressors have coloration, like vintage tube gear and stuff like that, but you can also do that coloration as a separate stage. So let's have a look at a waveform. This is a drum loop with some nice peaks, as you see here. The white box will be, let's pretend that we want to control the sounds, because you don't want sounds like, it's kind of like two people talking to each other and no one listening. So you need to like clear up who's talking when, and so you can like get clarity in the mix or in this the sound image. So I'll show you an example of that. Here we have a drum loop. And we're going to compress it. So let's say that the peaks here are a little bit too prominent, because we're going to add some other drums later who punch more. But the peaks here, like, we want to have more of the presence of that drum loop and not the punch itself. So we start compressing. And you will see the peaks are actually disappearing when I turn the compressor back off. Back on. So now we've tamed the peaks, like we got them into our white little box. But the problem now is that it sounds kind of messed up. Like it starts to pumping, and it doesn't sound as, you know, clean as it used to. And we're going to show you a solution to that, which is what is this first going to talk about. What is a sidechain? Like, let's pretend this is our drum loop, audio input. So the sound from the drum loop comes in here, and the only thing you actually hear is going straight out here, and there's a simple volume knob here. But you have a sidechain input here, which is basically someone listening, like this or this sensor is listening to the signal. And this sensor, depending on what it listens to, it tells this volume knob to do different stuff. That's basically the simple way to describe dynamics processing. And you can have an EQ here to shape the signal, like we will do now. Because what happens now is this compressor will trigger on all the frequencies. It's a broadband compressor now. But what we can do is we can control the sidechain, what the sensor is listening to. So we can and you see, suddenly we have way less compression. The red curve here is the actual compression going on. And you can change what triggers the compression. And that's really important. Because now we are still compressing our signal. We're not compressing it as hard as the one. Like, we're not completely rid of the peaks yet. But sometimes you shouldn't. Like, it's important to use your ears as well. And you can use a limiter, which I can actually just show you now. A limiter is basically a brick wall. It just stops the sound, like you see there. And some limiters are transparent and some aren't. So we're going to get into limiters later on. But for now, like, we actually just did that. Yeah, this is an external sidechain, and we're going to show you that too. It's basically to have the sensor listen to another signal than the one it's actually processing. And most people know this from the Eric Prydz column E track, where the voice is pumping up and down in between the bass kicks. So yeah, I guess I told you this actually now. The importance of tuning the sidechain. That was what I did, like to use the EQ to control what the compressor triggers on. But you can do it in a lot of ways, and that's why I have like a little part at the end on routing. Ducking can be achieved in a okay, this isn't right. Sorry. Variety of ways, because ducking basically means get the volume down, like move it away for something else, and then it swells back up. Now we're using audio triggering. Wait, sorry. Damn you. Yeah. Tuning the sidechain means to shape whatever the processor is triggering. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Yeah, like I said, dealing with flat sounds and expansion. I'll show you that later on. But sometimes if you have, for example, a drum loop that is completely crushed from, like you're sampling from another track or from, Groove Library or whatever, and it's compressed harder than you would like it to be, then you can use sidechain and expansion, which I will show you later on, to actually give a loop life back when it's been clipped or compressed too much. Yeah, it's more about the triggering. You can trigger with audio, as I did now, or external audio. MIDI triggering, which is more precise. And I can show you the external sidechain here. I have an example set up. So we have a pad sound here, just this. Now, it wouldn't make any sense to compress this track because it's too, like, it doesn't have any dynamics in it, it's flat. So if I compress you, the only thing we do is actually just lowering the signal. But if I tell that track to listen to, I have this bass drum going here. So if I tell this compressor to listen to the bass track or the kick drum instead of its own sidechain, you can start to induce rhythmic movement on a dead sound, so they're like a dynamically dead sound. And you can also do this together with the kick. And you have a groove going. And this is used a lot to make room for elements in different tracks. Now, you could also do this, and sometimes we do this, you just sit there and edit out parts manually. Sometimes you actually need that kind of control. Or you can sit and fade them in. So that depends on like what kind of mixing you're doing. And you also have like plugins like Volume, LFO Tool, Vengeance Multiband Sidechain. There are others that are just pure volume controllers. They don't do any pumping or coloration like a compressor would do. And sometimes you want that, like you want it super clean control, like this one. And this is basically just automated volume control. And you can trigger this with MIDI as well. So it's one way of approaching sidechaining. Upwards compression. That's really fun. Yeah, it's called, like now we saw downwards compression takes the peaks and makes them softer. This one takes whatever is below your threshold, like the troughs or the valleys of the signal, and pulls them up. But the thing about it, I don't know why, but this process is kind of like way more violent than downwards compression. That's also, it's known as OTT, over the top, or that Ableton plugin. Many people would actually do this in, like they work in Logic or Cubase. They would import their sounds to Ableton just to get the sound of that one plugin, which is basically a very crude upwards compressor. So we're going to show you a sound, show you example of what this can do. And this is really cool. This is the secret to bass music in EDM nowadays. Have this bass sound here. I have an upward compressor here. Without it, it sounds like... With upwards compression. So you can get a lot more juice going out of it. And this is a multi-band upwards compression. So it treats the 3 bands different, like bass, mid-range, and high range. Here is that Ableton plugin that people talk about. And you can basically just... You can just rape signals, basically. And you can also do it with FabFilter Pro MB, which is multiband, another multiband dynamics plugin. So there's just different... What it kind of does is just increase the volume, but it also does it flattens out the volume profile. And sometimes on bass sounds you want that because you're still going to use sidechaining and EQ control to make room for your punchy drums and snares and stuff like that. So you can, yeah, just makes stuff very violent. So it's you can use upwards compression for softer kinds of music, but it's not really. It's more of a problem solver. But using it as an OTT can give you like coloration, or doesn't give you much coloration, but it's part of that sound, like the hard EDM bass sound that's going on in America nowadays. So that was upwards compression. Now we're downwards expansion. We're not going to talk very much about it. It's called also called noising, or gating, or noise gate. It's basically, there's probably a gate on my microphone now, which turns off the microphone basically every time I'm not talking. So you have to have a volume above a certain threshold, and then it opens up like a gate. So you use this because you don't want to have lots of noise in the speakers. You only want my voice, or whoever talks like sports events, voiceovers, stuff like that. It's very good for real-time applications. But when you work in the studio, you can basically do gating by hand by just deleting the noise in the timeline permanently. Removing just, hand cutting. I prefer hand cutting because like gates can cause chattering depending on the level of the noise in the background. Yep, like I said, you can do profile shaping with a gate, but it's better to do it with envelopes. Upwards expansion is really cool, I think. I'm gonna have to speed up now. I've been talking for a long while. Upwards expansion can save your life. You're just gonna jump into it, really. So I'm going to destroy a drum loop first, and then I'm going to save it. So here we have our punchy, nice little loop. But then I'm going to add some coloration because, you know, who doesn't like tape distortion, tape saturation? Too much, like we're going here. You can warm up a sound, but as you can see here, I've completely destroyed the transients. So even though you can give a sound a lot more attitude and grunge by doing this, you also destroy the punch. And on static sounds like bass sounds, it doesn't matter that much. But on stuff like this, you really need to get the punch back. So what we're going to do is to do an upward expansion, which is basically expand. Whatever this is what's happening now is when I pull this lever down, it's going to take whatever passes the threshold and make it punchier regarding like modified by the attack and release mode here, and the range, I can set the range here. The problem is that we can't really get anything decent going because, you know, we crushed everything. So we can tune the sidechain, see if we can help it there. can also watch the analyzer here to see if we can find some peaks. And we can kinda, but something that works way better. We duplicate the track, and I'm just going to delete the parts that I don't like. Like that. And I can send this track to the sidechain. And this is what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell this plugin to instead of listening to the track that it's treating, I'm telling it to listen to this track, which I have control over, and I can, like you see, I can make it really punchy and smooth and all the things we want it to be. So I'm going to send that to drum loop, and we to the Pro MB. And then I'm going to choose this external sidechain. Let's see if we can get any sound going here. Oh, yeah, we got to listen to both of them. So this is suddenly now what we're listening to. And when we start to do the magic now, you can see we can bring the peaks back. And now we have the advantages of the, like we still have the tape saturation going. It's still kind of destroyed, and we got that like the vintage grunge that we want to the sound. But we saved our peak, and we can make them longer if we want to. This is a really good way to give a lot of attitude to drums and stuff. And it's upward expansion has been around for a long time, but it's just recently that people started using it, and it's a super cool trick. And with this plugin, what is even cooler is that you can split them up, so you can do different kinds of expansion for, well, multiband really. You can do as many tracks as you want. So if I just want only the low frequency to punch up, I can still do that. So that's a cool trick. 2 minutes left. Sorry, I didn't time. Clipping or limiting. This is basically clippers are used for mastering. To give you use it for like the final stage to get a lot of volume in there. Like I say, use to stop or maximize signals, and this is very important. Clipping and limiting is a really important part of post-processing sounds for games as well, because you really need to to make the sounds. They need to have even levels. So when you throw them into your engine, they won't be all over the place. Like the engine says that the volume is supposed to go this, but because the samples that the sound guy made is varying in volume, suddenly you'll have a super loud sound, and the sounds that are supposed to be loud aren't loud at all. So you can use maximization to even out your sounds, basically. Yeah, auto makeup to gain should be disabled to judge. This basically means that, like I told you, our ears like volume. When you increase a limiter, you will also increase the volume, and you should have use functions that allow you to listen to effect without the volume increase, so you don't get fooled by the volume increase. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, just to jump into it. Limiting. Use pros, limiters, shitloads of volume. Can't pump or cause distortion as a con. I don't have time for this. I hope I'm going to upload this video to YouTube so you can watch it later if you really need to watch these slides. Clipping. So we have a problem with clipping, which is it creates harmonics, which is cool in sound design, but not in complex material. And it also creates aliasing, which is digital distortion. And most sound people are taught that you should never, ever, 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 ever clip your signals, which isn't necessarily the case. We have some pros, which are really good ones. Like you can get shitloads of volume, and it doesn't pump at all because it's not a volume knob. It just takes whatever is over this and just tell you that you're like It just cuts it off. And the harmonics created when you clip most complex sound material are in the higher end. So, like, it's basically telling noise from noise, which most people aren't very good at. I don't actually have time for the examples here at all, which is sucky. Or do I? Yeah, I can do a really fast one. I can show you some fun stuff. Routing is basically taking groups of tracks and combining them to control them. So I have like a example here, which is parts of a remix I did for Pegboard Nerds. So here we have all the melodic elements put into one track here of the track. This is kind of like 25 tracks put into one track. Yeah, something messed up here. Oh yeah, this one. So what you're usually doing, like, we're listening to our signal here, but we want more of it, but at the same time you don't want to get fooled by the volume increase. This limiter that I use here has something really cool. If you hold in the Alt key, it will, when you gain in, if you look in the right corner of the display, it will also turn the sound down, which allows you to hear the actual effects. Probably won't hear it now, but you would hear in a studio environment. And this is what I mean, like we now hear, are there any adverse effects going on? Yes, no, let's say no for this part. And then you could turn it up. So I just picked out, like I just got 13 decibels more of dynamic range from this, or not range, but like I got a lot more volume, and like, you know, volume is fun. But I made sure to listen to it to make sure that it didn't destroy the signal. And you can, it's basically, that is what a clipper does as well, but it doesn't pump. Just, I have a clipper here, by the way, so you can listen to the difference. This is a clipper. It's not where, like, do more punchy material, so we have everything else going on. The clipper will give you slightly more punch, as the limiter will pump the tiny red ones here, or it's not actually tiny, it's 2 or 3 decibels. That kind of pumping will, like, when it hits on the transients or the punches, it's okay, but you need to be aware that it's there. Blarg. Yeah, just do some afterthought. Whatever you now find weird, ugly, uncomfortable, and nasty about a new medium will surely become its signature. It's the sound of failure. So much modern art is the sound of things going out of control, of a medium pushing to its limits and breaking apart. Brian Eno is a synthesizer dude who's made a lot of cool music and technological breakthroughs. Well, he used gear for a lot of things that the gear shouldn't be used for back in the days. And we have some examples here now. Like you see, most of you guys know about this. It's, you know, it's kind of like, it wasn't that long ago that people didn't like clipping, and they didn't like limiters, and didn't like this, and didn't like... It will just keep moving on. Even like people talked about the bad sound of signatures. is now a really prominent sound in EDM, or even, you know, vintage samplers and stuff like that. So just food for thought. So thank you for listening, and have a nice evening.
Hallo. Oi, wow. Så, ja. Da er vi klare for å dele ut litt premier, altså billetter til TG. Woo! Har dere bildet mitt baki der, på streamen? Har dere det? Ja, bra. Vi begynner med tegnekonkurransen. Her delte June ut en skisse som så sånn ut. Den skulle de som ønsket fargelegge. Wow, nå hører jeg meg selv plutselig. Sånn, der ja. Ja, så den her skulle deltakerne fargelegge. De hadde ca. 2-3 timer på seg. Først så skal jeg vise hvordan alle bidragene fikk inn så ut. Og de ser slik ut. Så, det var 5 flotte bidrag. June satte seg ned og fant ut hvem det var som skulle få 2 billetter. Og vinneren av tegnekonkurransen, det er MIA, min navnesøster. Kom opp hit. Gratulerer. Herregud. Ønsker du å si noen ting?
Takk.
Så bra. Da ses vi på TG i Creative Lounge. Det blir kjempeflott. Og neste, det er beste spillpitch. Da hadde vi noen folk som kom opp hit og pitcha spillideen sin til et veldig kritisk panel. Og den som overlevde Dragon's Den. Hvem var det, Thomas?
Jeg kan først si vi evaluerte basert på 4 punkter. Det var feasibility, hvor stor sjanse er det for at dette kan faktisk lages. Originality, var det noe nytt med spillet? Var det noe som vi kanskje ikke hadde sett eller tenkt før? Market, hvor bra vil dette her faktisk selge? Hvor stor villighet har folk til å laste det ned? Og X-Factor, som er basically bare sånn, hvor vi oppsummerer alt annet, sånn personlige meninger og sånt. Så basert på det, så har vi en vinner med 6 poeng, faktisk. VR-pitchen. Der vi ga mest poeng her var fordi feasibility, det er veldig lett å lage dette her, og du kan, som de sa, du kan lett slenge på flere spill, flere minispill. Og markets, fordi hvem har ikke lyst på et sånt type spill? Det er et veldig stort marked akkurat nå, med VR, med for eksempel Google Cardboard og lignende. Og så er det partyspill er også veldig inn og kult. Man ser jo det hele tiden med Mario Kart og så videre. Så ja.
Det ser ut som Ståle har gått hjem for kvelden, men vi får ta kontakt med han og overdele litt billetter senere. Det var egentlig alt som stod på programmet i kveld. I morgen så er det cosplay-dag. Det starter klokka 3, hvor Kristina Erring skal gå gjennom et par kostymeprops som hun har lagd før. Og så skal hun ha en gjennomgang av Wormblad, hvordan man bruker det. Og vi skal stille med litt materialer og utstyr for å få testet det. Ellers så er det pizza igjen, klokka 9:30. Så det var det. Takk for alt. Takk for i dag.